Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, source of all goodness, use our lawmakers today for your glory. Make them undaunted people, striving to know your will and experience your power. Lord, provide them with exactly what they need to accomplish your purposes. May they receive heaven's approval for their faithful service to you and country. Lord, transform their complex problems with solutions from your throne. We commit the work of this day to you, receiving your strength to honor your name. We pray in your glorious name. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You doing? Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
once again, I'm here to educate my colleagues about the necessity for passing the ethanol issue of E15 in this Congress. As Iowa families are going on their summer vacations and people visit or pass through my home state, we're seeing the evidence in Iowa that drivers are demanding E15 with their pocketbooks. New data from the Iowa Department of Revenue show Iowa drivers purchased 47 million gallons of E15 in May. This is a new monthly record. That puts E15 on track to be about 50% of all gasoline sales in Iowa in 2026, up from 27% last year. Drivers know that E15 delivers lower costs for families, saving them up to 40 cents per gallon. This can be hundreds of dollars per year, giving working families more money for groceries, housing, and necessities. When Iowans are allowed to make choices at the pump, more are choosing E15. The growth of E15 in Iowa shows that American consumers want this chance to save money. This is another reason why the Senate must pass year-round E15, putting $4 more in farmers' price of corn. On a second matter, I want to talk about Caitlin Clark, a native of West Des Moines, Iowa. Caitlin Clark played basketball at the University of Iowa. She changed women's college basketball, but also inspired athletes of all ages across all sports. She plays professionally for the Indiana Fever. Joining the professional ranks 3 years ago, Caitlin has been the subject of very unfair treatment on the basketball court, and the referees are not doing their job. Recently, she got a fist or throat by a player, yet the refs at the time did not call a foul. I'd let the NBA correct, but the unfair treatment of Caitlin and others in the WNBA has got to stop. Officials are human, but we've seen times after time where Caitlin has suffered physically beyond what you would expect in competitive professional sports with little accountability from the people that are on the WNBA. I hope for Caitlin and for the growth of women's basketball, things improve quickly in the WNBA. Caitlin is a generational talent. Her hard work and dedication should be rewarded, not penalized. She has revolutionized WNBA. Attendance has shot up. She's been with the Indiana Fever, shot up for the league and their teams. Salaries for players went from 5 figures to 6 figures, all because of her playing. So every player of all teams are better off. They should be thanking as treating her on the floor. Same would like to.
Is also Brooks. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 833.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Walter Clayton of New York to be Director.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Walter Clayton of New York to be Director of National Intelligence, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the Senate is in the middle of a busy work period, and we have a lot to accomplish in the coming weeks and months. And we have some great opportunities for bipartisan collaboration. Market structure legislation, the Lindsey O. Graham Sanctioning Russia Act, the National Defense Authorization Act, FISA. But at the top of the list right now is funding the government. If there's any responsibility we have as members of Congress, it is that. And our country cannot afford another shutdown like the 2 shutdowns we've experienced over the course of this fiscal year. Shutdowns take a toll on our economy, on our national security, They create havoc at airports. And of course, they take an incredible toll on hardworking Americans inside and outside of government whose paychecks depend on the government being open. I think a lot of Americans remember pretty clearly what things look like during the Democrats' 2 record-breaking shutdowns this past year. Government workers lining up at food banks, charging essentials on credit cards and taking up any work they could find in hopes of being able to make ends meet. Government services reduced. National security agencies strained. I don't think any American who traveled will forget the effect those 2 shutdowns had on air travel. Hours-long TSA lines snaking, I should say, around airport concourses and out airport doors. Canceled and delayed flights. A nationwide reduction in air traffic when our air traffic control system could no longer safely maintain regular flight schedules. And the list goes on. We cannot have this again, Mr. President. And that's why I've asked Appropriations Chair Collins to draft a bipartisan and clean continuing resolution to fund the government until after the November election. And I intend for the Senate to vote on that before we head to our states to work during August. The Senate Appropriations Committee is hard at work reviewing anomalies from OMB to ensure we have a bipartisan product ready to move quickly. No one is served by our waiting until the last minute to take this up. And after all that our country has been through with the past 2 shutdowns, the American people deserve to have confidence that their government will be open and running. Not to mention the fact that government employees, like our own staffers and the Capitol Police officers standing guard around this building, deserve to know that their paychecks will be coming. It was not a good year on the government funding front, with 2 record-breaking government shutdowns. But we have an opportunity now to chart a new path. I'm encouraged that so far my Democrat colleagues have signaled that they do not want to force another government shutdown. And I appreciate Chair Collins' work to engage with Democrats and produce a bipartisan continuing resolution. No one, Mr. President, is served by another shutdown. Not either political party, and most of all, not the people that we represent. So I look forward to bringing up a bipartisan CR in the coming days, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation and give the American people the certainty that they deserve. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Democratic leader,
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
without objection.
Mr. President, Donald Trump's cavalier disregard for the lives of our service members is beneath contempt and beyond despicable. In a Truth Social post yesterday, Trump seemed to brag that 18 service members had been killed in his disastrous Iran war, compared to the tens of thousands who died in Vietnam. Donald, stop treating our service members' lives like they are points on a scoreboard in your twisted game. Asked about his handling of the Iran war yesterday, Trump said, quote, "I think people are very impressed." Impressed? What kind of bubble does he live in? Every survey shows how much the American people are against this war. Americans are not impressed that Trump has botched this war from the start. Americans are not impressed when they see headlines like the one behind me right here, that the price of gasoline is back over $4 a gallon because of Trump's war. And Americans are certainly not impressed that 18 Americans have been killed and hundreds more wounded, and that Trump tried to cover it up. Donald Trump may believe that if he conceals the casualties, Americans will forget the war. But our service members are not numbers to bury. They are human beings with families who had lives. They are the sons and daughters, husbands and wives, mothers and fathers who were sent into harm's way without a strategy for bringing them home. And bring them home we must. This week, Senate Democrats will force another vote on our War Powers Resolution to end this unauthorized war and get our troops out of harm's way. Every senator will have to make a choice. You cannot claim to support the troops while leaving them trapped in a war with no mission and no end. You cannot call it a victory while the battlefield keeps expanding. And you cannot hide the wounded, and call it peace. Now on Air Force One, Donald Trump's corruption truly knows no limits. Apparently, it wasn't enough for Trump to charge the American people for his golden ballroom on the ground. Now he wants the taxpayers to fund his palace in the sky as well. Trump's $400 million foreign jet, the biggest gift the president has received from a foreign government ever, is anything but free. Taxpayers will have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars to outfit Trump's luxury jet with the security upgrades it needs to serve as Air Force One. I'm advancing the Presidential Airlift Security Act for immediate passage to ensure that Americans don't have to foot the bill to max out Trump's luxury jet when he already has access to a perfectly fine Air Force One. There's no way we're letting Trump charge Americans so he can fly in style while they are struggling to make ends meet. I introduced this legislation last year, but every single Republican senator voted against the bill. Senate Republicans cleared the way for Trump's Air Force One spending spree. I urge my colleagues across the aisle not to repeat the same mistake. Trump always finds a way to saddle the American people with the cost of his corruption. We have an opportunity to stop it. Will our Republican colleagues join us to make that happen? Democrats will continue to expose how the Trump administration's corruption is driving up Americans' costs every chance we get. The slush fund, exemption from taxes, what he did on his own social media and charged people for it, and now this Air Force One corruption. Every day, just about every day, there's a new story about how Trump's corruption is rampant and raises the costs of the American people. On the Election Protection Task Force, Donald Trump knows he can't defend Republicans' disastrous record, so he's attacking the midterm elections that could hold him accountable. Instead of trying to earn Americans' votes, Trump is trying to discount them. That's not going to happen, Donald. Today, Senate Democrats' Election Protection Task Force will gather for a second time to war game responses and to plan how we can counter Trump's efforts to subvert our elections. We're going to red team a number of different instances that Trump might try to subvert our election and what we will do to counter them. We are fighting to protect the right of every eligible American voter to cast a ballot, to have it counted without interference, intimidation, or obstruction. Our task force is preparing over and over again to meet the election threats we know are coming. We are bringing together top experts to identify threats to the election, to test responses, and to strengthen our defenses, because we're defending the American people's right to vote and have a free and fair election. We're preparing our responses to what they might do now so that voters can have confidence later. Trump is doing everything he can to undermine confidence in our elections because he knows just how bad of a bind he's in. The Trump administration has made life harder, more expensive for the American people. Trump knows Americans won't ignore the higher costs, the rampant corruption, the widespread chaos he's unleashed on our country, which is why he's trying to ignore their votes altogether. But this country and this election belong to the American people, not to Trump. Democrats are going to make sure it stays that way. And finally, on the Charlton Allen nomination, it's no secret the Trump administration is chock full of people who have a known history of racism, anti-Semitism, and other forms of prejudice. Trump's nominee for general counsel of the Federal Labor Relations Authority, Charlton Allen, is no exception to this. Back in 1996, Allen published a front-page article in a student newspaper, which included a cartoon depicting a Jewish candidate for student president as the devil. Allen's article explicitly highlighted the candidate's Jewish identity, parroted numerous anti-Semitic tropes. Allen also reportedly displayed homophobic signs around campus and even drew comparisons between homosexuality and bestiality. He also wrote other articles that were racist and Islamophobic. A bigot like Allen doesn't belong on the board of a student newspaper, let alone in a presidential administration. Every Senate Republican ought to be against this guy. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Martin nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President, the American people deserve to have more money in their own pockets. The Working Families Tax Cuts law made that happen. Republicans stopped the largest single tax increase in American history. That's what the Democrats wanted. Americans already filed their taxes this year, and working families are keeping more of what they earn. And the data proves it. More than 7.5 million Americans benefited from the no tax on tips policy that we put into place right here on this Senate floor. So today there are waiters, barbers, bartenders, tour guides, all were able to claim deductions, and it averaged over $7,100 deductions because of income on tips. More than 29 million Americans benefited from no tax on overtime. Now, these are firefighters, police officers, nurses. They're linemen and coal miners in Wyoming. They claimed an average deduction of over $3,000, all as a result of the law that the Republicans have passed. Money that once went to bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., now stays in the pockets of hardworking Americans, and that's where it belongs. Had Democrats gotten their way, taxes would have gone up by a lot. Every Democrat in this chamber voted to continue taxing tip income, overtime income. They just wanted to get a hand on people's money. Every Democrat voted to raise taxes by $4 trillion. Well, because Republicans were in the majority in the Senate and in the House, we were able to stop this Democrat price increase and tax increase. Now what we see is that extremist Democrats in governor mansions across the country, state legislatures, are trying to undermine the Working Families Tax Cuts law, and they're doing it in city halls and in state capitals. In Washington, D.C., right here, the city council tried to force hardworking Americans to pay taxes to the city. They can't force them to pay it to the federal government. Hey, the city wants the money on tips and on overtime. The City Council of Washington, D.C. refused to allow the hardworking waiters, bartenders, police officers, firefighters to keep that hard-earned money. They didn't have to pay it on federal taxes, but local taxes in D.C., D.C. City Council said, give it to us. This is the city that's soon going to get a socialist mayor, just like they have in New York City right now. And right now in 21 different states, we have far-left governors refusing to allow the tax cuts that we passed to be passed down to the state level. So Democrats in California, New York, and Minnesota, Illinois, New Jersey, North Carolina, Virginia, they continue to take away people's tip money, overtime money, so they can spend it locally. That's the states and the cities, not the people, the individuals. So just like Democrats here in Congress, the leaders of Democrat states around the country want to raise taxes, not cut them. They believe they can spend your money better than you can. They believe they make better decisions than you do. They decide, and you are the end up as a loser if you're living in one of those liberal states. Well, we know why Democrats refuse to loosen the grip on your tax dollars. Democrats want to take more money out of your pocket to give free health care to illegal immigrants. And that's what we see in so many of these states with sanctuary cities, sanctuary states. Free health care, and it's not free. People pay for it. It's taxpayers. It's people going to work every day and having their tax dollars taken to pay for health care for illegal immigrants. That seems to be part of the manifesto that the extremists of the Democrat Party are trying to slam down the throats of American taxpayers. Because we know these extremists are winning Democrat primaries all across the country. Their manifesto includes mass amnesty, open borders, elimination of immigration and custom enforcement in the country. That's what they are demanding. And it's not for the benefit of the American people. That's the agenda of the radical left. In far-left states, from California to Minnesota, we have seen their policies in action. Working families are overtaxed, and fraud is out of control. Now, Democrats are going to make life less affordable. That's what we see. That's their model. Take it to the government. They know better than we do as taxpayers. It's not what the American people want. Here's what Republicans are doing. We're protecting taxpayers. We're putting more money back in their pockets so they can decide how to spend it, how to save it, what to invest in. We're fighting the fraud, and that's what I hear about so much in Wyoming. The fraud in Democrat states that Democrats ignore, that Democrats enable. It's awful fraud. You look at it and you say, how can this continue? Just this week, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced we stopped nearly $100 million in taxpayer money from going to dead people. Going to dead people. Just yesterday, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services stopped more than $1 billion of Medicaid funding going to California and Minnesota. Why? Because of fraud and failure to comply with the regulations to make sure the money is actually not wasted, the money is spent as it's supposed to be, taking care of people who need those services, and there are people that need those services. Every time a fraudster takes $1 or $100 or $1,000 or $1 million, that's services that don't go to people that need them, desperately need them. Here in the Senate, Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa is a leader in the war on fraud. And when it comes to exposing that fraud, Senator Ernst is both a watchdog and an attack dog. She has proposed a comprehensive anti-fraud piece of legislation. Her bill cracks down on fraud. It claws back stolen money. It prosecutes the crooks and the criminals and the scammers who prey upon the taxpayers. I support what Senator Ernst is doing. I'm a co-sponsor. Her anti-fraud legislation would save taxpayers $240 billion. That's what kind of fraud is out there. Now, Senator Schumer recently said on this very floor that Democrats want to fight corruption. It's time for Democrats to prove it. Republicans are cutting taxes, we're stopping fraud. Democrats, on the other hand, are voting to raise taxes and, up until now, have been protecting the fraud. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic whip.
Mr. President, I'd like to react to the statement of my friend and colleague from Wyoming. I'm against fraud. That's it. On the record, I'm against fraud. I'm a Democrat, and I don't know where he reached this different conclusion, but I want to make it very clear. Having said that, I'm also a realist. I know that the families I represent in Illinois and across the nation are facing budgets, family budgets, which are impossible to live with. They're not only struggling paycheck to paycheck, they're watching the price of groceries go up. They know the price of gasoline goes up and down, and now it's on the upward trend because of the president's war in Iran. Utility bills in my state are up 15% this year over last year because of President Trump's energy policy, which is opposed to the sustainable, renewable sources of energy, which are the most affordable. The list goes on and on. The big, beautiful bill, which the Republicans brag about, was a bill that ended up with millions of Americans losing their health insurance because the cost of premiums had gone up too high. So I think it's just great that we have tipped income exempt from taxes and that other breaks are given to working people. I would support those any day. But the bill that created those also gave the biggest tax cuts in the history of the United States to the wealthiest people in the United States. Nothing, very little, for the families in comparison. That's the difference. I think we ought to be honest with the American people. The number one issue in this campaign is the affordability that families worry about every single week. There's an issue I'm going to address here more particularly, which gets to the heart of this as well. Mr. President, in 1983, I was elected to the House of Representatives. I was a freshman congressman and as nervous as any politician could be. I had defeated a Republican incumbent to come to the House, and I was just sure, looking over my shoulder, there was an issue, a press release, a vote that was going to do me in the next election. I was as nervous as can be. And in the midst of that situation, I had a visit from the leaders of the U.S. House of Representatives, and they said, Congressman Durbin, there's news for you which may decide your fate in the years to come. I said, what is it? Social Security is about to go broke. In 1983, we faced the possibility that we would not be able to make the promised Social Security payments to beneficiaries across America. I couldn't imagine a tougher challenge. One of the most popular programs in America, 1 out of 5 Americans on Social Security, and in 1983, it faced a situation where they couldn't make the payments promised. And so they proposed a commission to take a look at it, a bipartisan commission, and come up with changes in Social Security in 1983. Raised the retirement age, raised the amount of money paid by employers and employees into Social Security, and taxed income from Social Security for the first time. These changes were not easy. Some were controversial, but we knew we had to do it. Our goal was to buy 50 years of solvency for Social Security with the changes in 1983. You know what? It worked. It worked to the point where we just had an announcement last week by the trustees in bankruptcy that the system will make every payment promised until the end of 2032, 50 years after the 1983 changes were made. So the promise was kept, but then the problem arises. After that, the Social Security Trust Fund will not have enough money to pay the promised benefits. What does that mean? Well, go back to my notation that 1 out of 5 Americans receive Social Security, either elderly or disabled receive Social Security. Out of those, 1 out of 5 of the recipients of Social Security have no other source of income. The average Social Security check in America is about $2,400 a month. The proposal, according to the trustees, not proposal, but the announcement, according to the trustees, is that each one of those recipients will see their monthly paycheck cut between $450 and $500. So if $2,400 is the average payment and there's a cut of $400 to $500, you can imagine the impact it will have on families. They'll be making some very difficult decisions because 1 out of 5, as I mentioned, Social Security recipients have no other source of income. They depend on Social Security. What happens when those people lose $450 to $500 a month? They have to make hard decisions on prescription drugs, on paying some utility bills and not others, on groceries, what they're able to buy, if anything. So it boils down to a very terrible situation, a terrible challenge. So the obvious question from the American people, just those receiving Social Security today, as well as those that will in the future, is what is Congress going to do about it now? In 1983, you responded with 50 years of solvency by changes in policy. What's planned in the current situation where we face another dramatic situation with Social Security? And the answer is, if you look at the agenda of the United States Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives, this year we're going to do little or nothing. Little or nothing. Why is it important that we move now instead of waiting another year, 2, 3 years before we do something? It becomes more expensive and more difficult the longer you wait to fix Social Security. The sooner you do it, the easier it is. And it won't be totally easy. There'll be some changes people will like and some they won't like. But the bottom line is the longer Congress waits to act on Social Security, the more expensive it will be, the more difficult the policy choices will be. I've reached out to several of my colleagues saying, can we finally agree as Democrats and Republicans that the #1 social policy of the U.S. government, Social Security, should be a bipartisan issue that we address? Well, it turns out that 4 Republicans joined me, as well as 3 other Democrats, and we have 8 members, Democrats and Republicans, who are supporting a bill that I call the Promise Act. What is the Promise Act? Is it the solution to the problem with Social Security? No, but it is a procedure so that we can reach that solution. Here's what it says. We are going to set up a system where the Social Security Advisory Board sends us a proposed change in Social Security. That is the starting point, just the starting point, for hearings and for national discussion about where we want Social Security to go by 2032, the end of 2032. That does not presume any solution. There are many senators who've come up with ideas on what to do with Social Security. Some surprising. A Republican senator from Ohio joined a Democratic senator from Massachusetts just 2 weeks ago, and they came up with a bipartisan proposal to save Social Security beyond 2032. The same thing has been offered by a senator from Vermont and other senators. They have ideas. Senator from Rhode Island, the junior senator, has a proposal as well. What I'm trying to do is not to pick the winners and losers, not to choose one plan over others, but to create a process on the floor where we actually, physically, verbally debate the issue. Trust me, Congress is not overworked. The House of Representatives taking off this week for 4 or 5 weeks of being back home for the August recess is fine. We do it every year. But before they leave, I think they should take up some procedure that says we're going to return to fix Social Security after the August recess. Same thing's true, should be true in the Senate. It's a bipartisan Senate in one respect, but the majority is on the Republican side. If they believe Social Security is important enough to make it a priority, let's put it on the legislative agenda when we return this year. Let's give peace of mind to the millions of Americans who currently live with Social Security benefits and those that work every week and every month paying into Social Security for their own retirement in the future. This is not easy, but it is doable. I was part of that process many years ago and want to be part of it again before I retire at the end of this year. So we have a bipartisan procedure. It does not assume any changes. It basically says we have to reach a point where we pass something that gives us another 50 years of solvency for Social Security. It's not too much to ask. I've seen it done. I voted for it 50 years ago, and I'm prepared to vote again if we have it. Not quite 50 years ago, it was 44 years ago. I did it, and I would do it again. It's a challenge which I think we can meet. We have the bipartisan starting point, the Promise Act. I want to see, I hope, a bipartisan vote to set up that procedure that we will return to in September or November, September, October this year, so that we get something done and give peace of mind to the people who are depending on Social Security for the future. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
The senator from Iowa.
I come to the floor again.
Senate is
have
in a quorum
before.
call. Senator.
To discuss misleading reporting.
Senator, we're in a quorum call.
I'm sorry. I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Now can I have the floor?
Yes, sir.
I come to the floor again, once again, as I have before, to discuss misleading reporting in the New York Times. The New York Times has a global reputation. They work hard to maintain that. So I don't understand why their journalists can miss so many important facts. This time, the misleading article was written by Devlin Barrett, and a second one was written by Charlie Savage. Barrett's article discusses the White House's release of government records about an alleged scheme by China to meddle in the 2020 election. The records at issue showed that FBI personnel suppressed intelligence of that alleged Chinese interference. Barrett's article said in part, quote, Mr. Grassley and others have cited the Albany memo as evidence that FBI leaders covered up evidence that China might be taking aggressive steps to interfere with the U.S. election results in 2020 because admitting it might contradict prior testimony to Congress from then FBI Director Wray, end of quote. That is not what I said when I made those records public. That's what the FBI said 6 years ago. The Albany memo, as the New York Times called it, is actually an FBI memo. It contained information from an FBI confidential human source and was titled "By the FBI." The title is "By the FBI," and I quote that title: "Chinese government production and export of fraudulent U.S. driver's license to Chinese sympathizers in the United States in order to create 10,000s of fraudulent mail-in votes for U.S. presidential candidate Joe Biden in late August 2020," end of the FBI title. Let me emphasize what I said. The memo was an FBI memo based on an FBI confidential human source. It was not a Chuck Grassley created memo. The FBI analyst involved said the FBI memo, quote, was coordinated and disseminated in textbook fashion, end of quote, by the FBI analyst. But based on the records the FBI provided to me, the allegations weren't fully investigated at the time because the FBI decided to recall its own memo. The FBI also described the FBI's sources as competent and authentic with reporting. So, let the FBI do their job and investigate. An FBI analyst said in an email, and when I quote this email, the words "me" and "I" refer to the FBI analyst. So, quote, most concerning to me is stating the reporting would contradict with Director Wray's testimony. I found this troubling because it implied to me that one of the reasons we weren't putting this out is for political reasons, which goes directly against our organization's mission to remain apolitical and simply state what we know. My concern is that I think it gets dangerous if we cite potential political implications as reasons for not putting out our information, end of quote. This FBI analyst raises legitimate concerns. Is the New York Times digging into those concerns? In other words, is the New York Times journalist doing what journalists should be doing? They ought to be good investigators, get all the facts. And guess who was involved in recalling the FBI memo? That person was then Deputy Assistant Director Nikki Flores. She was also the main briefer for the fake briefing Senator Johnson and I received in August of 2020 from the now disbanded Foreign Influence Task Force. You remember that was the briefing that was used to attack the Grassley-Johnson-Biden family investigation. So I ask, is the New York Times investigating that material connection? By the way, my and Senator Johnson's investigation was based on authentic bank records, authentic Treasury records, authentic Obama administration records, and transcribed interviews. In other words, it was not Russian disinformation, as the partisan media tried and failed to argue. Here, with this FBI memo, I released records last year because the facts and evidence ought to breathe. Let the American people see what's happening on their watch. I also issued the records as support to those FBI agents and analysts who were just trying to do their job under extreme pressure from inside of the FBI. I don't know why people in the FBI care if the truth gets out, but a lot of people at the FBI get pressure not to let the truth out. And I want you to know that I'll continue to make records public because that's what the taxpayers need and deserve and expect. As I said last July about this same FBI memo, quote, one way or the other, intelligence must be fully investigated to determine whether it's true or if it's just smoke and mirrors. End of this senator's quote from last July. That's a quote, by the way, that the New York Times failed to mention. Now, turning to the Savage article from the New York Times, Charlie Savage wrote in part, quote, since President Trump returned to office last year, the senator, referring to Chuck Grassley, has released a flood of internal law enforcement files that normally would be off limits to disclosure, sometimes attributing them to whistleblowers or not saying who gave them to him, end of quote. The New York Times seems to be very obsessed with how I've obtained government records, maybe because they haven't been able to, or maybe they haven't even tried to get these records. For too many years, the executive branch, under both Republicans and Democrats, has failed to produce certain records to the Congress of the United States. The fact that the Trump administration has produced what the New York Times believes wouldn't be normally produced ought to be good news to the American people and good news to the New York Times. You see, these records are exactly the type that should be produced to Congress just as a matter of course. And the Trump administration understands that, and I thank them for their cooperation. Now, I'm still not fully satisfied. There are many more records that ought to be public. For many years, whistleblowers have been hard at work to expose those and many other records. As difficult as it may be for the partisan media to understand this, I've made public thousands of pages of records this Congress pursuant to lawful whistleblower disclosures. True whistleblowers stick their neck out just for telling the truth, and they do it no matter the risk to them. And a lot of these whistleblowers ruin themselves professionally by just doing what the law requires. So when I do get records, I owe it to the whistleblowers to make those records public. That is called congressional oversight. And it's my constitutional responsibility to get the job of congressional oversight done as the Constitution requires. This senator's work will continue. I encourage the Trump administration to continue making records public for transparency. And hopefully the New York Times will get future stories right. I yield the floor. Suggest the end.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator of Tennessee.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask permission to vitiate the quorum call,
Without objection.
and I'd like to ask consent for the previously scheduled vote to begin now.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Benjamin M. Flowers of Ohio to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit.
The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Glenn Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Kramer, Grassley, Haggerty, McCormick, and Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Gillibrand and Padilla. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no.
Okay.
Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Graham. Ms. Graham, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Schatz? Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Blumenthal? Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Young? Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Barrasso? Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Daines? Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Marino. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 46, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Michael C. Martin of Michigan to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Michigan, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Michael C. Martin of Michigan to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Michigan shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cotton, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Grassley, Hirono, Johnson, Justice, Moran, Marino, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Shaheen, Thune, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Cruz, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gallego, Lujan, Murphy, Sanders, Schumer, Smith, Warren, and Wyden. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Also Brooks, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Lotkin, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. King, Mr. King, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Deans. Mr. Deans, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Graham. Ms. Graham, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye.
Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mr. Armstrong? Aye. Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Heinrich? Aye. Mr. Banks? Aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Warner? No. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
Mr. Langford, aye.
In this vote, the yeas are 60 and the nays are 35, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will please report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Michael C. Martin of Michigan to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Michigan.
President,
The Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I am heartbroken on behalf of everybody in Hawaii and everybody across this country about the death of First Lieutenant Tyler Feehan of Ewa Beach, Hawaii, who was among those killed in Jordan this past weekend while serving our country. His courage, his dedication, his unwavering commitment to duty reflect the very best of our armed forces. We extend our deepest condolences to his family, his loved ones, and to his fellow service members. Mr. President, I ask consent that the following remarks appear in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it shouldn't be this difficult to get the State Department to follow the law. Earlier this year, when we passed a State and Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill on a bipartisan basis, we were very clear that the spending requirements in it were not suggestions. They were a matter of law. We are not asking the State Department to do us a favor and spend the money that we provided. We made a law. And yet, we are still having to fight tooth and nail with the State Department officials to get money out to the people and places around the world that are counting on the United States of America. Let's take funding for Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. For months, the administration has been withholding $600 million, which are meant to help millions of children get vaccinated against preventable diseases, including Ebola, cholera, and Mpox. And even though the Secretary has told us repeatedly, including in a hearing last month, that he will personally see to it that this money is released, it's still stuck. Why? Because people at HHS who have their own views and theories about vaccines keep blocking it. But here's the thing. This funding is in the State Department's budget. HHS has no jurisdiction here, and I want to be really clear about this. Sure, this is a jurisdictional dispute. Sure, this is a legal matter. A, this is a law, not a suggestion. B, this just doesn't go through HHS. They have no jurisdiction here. But why am I so animated about it? It's because little kids are not getting vaccinated right now. Gavi, the Global Vaccine Alliance, they come to us and they articulate to us that children across the planet are getting sick unnecessarily because they're not getting vaccinated. What happened was, because of the COVID pandemic and the disagreement about mandatory COVID vaccines, now certain people are so brain poisoned that we think we shouldn't even prevent disease in children. And kids are dying because the United States is sitting on its butt, not dispersing money that is a matter of law. Here's another example with the Global Fund. Last week, after months of fighting to release funding, the administration finally made a $661 million contribution to the Global Fund, which will help to fight deadly epidemics like HIV/AIDS, TB, and malaria by providing medicines and strengthening health infrastructure. But even then, the administration is still withholding close to $2 billion in additional contribution, all while HIV prevention is falling, malaria is surging, and we're trying to contain multiple outbreaks globally, including Ebola. When the Congress got all animated about attacking USAID, it was because, hey, we want to help PEPFAR, we want to help Gavi, we want to help the Global Fund, we want to be the good guys around the world, but let's not do all this cultural stuff. Let's not waste all this money on superfluous stuff. And you know what's happening? They eliminated a tiny portion of the tens of billions of dollars that get pushed out every year. Tiny, and I mean, we're talking tens of millions versus tens of billions. That was like cultural stuff. And arguably progressive or left-wing. Tiny portion of it. But I want everybody to understand what they did in the process. They cut previously bipartisan priorities, and lots of people died. These are not bureaucratic mix-ups. Every day this money doesn't get to where it's supposed to go. Every contribution worth hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars that's delayed. People go hungry, people get sick, people die. And that's what's made what happened last year at USAID particularly cruel. The richest man in the world wanted to send USAID to the wood chipper. And this Congress and this Senate ratified those decisions. And yet we worked with the Secretary, and we worked with appropriators on both sides of the aisle, and we worked with the great late Senator Lindsey Graham, may his memory be a blessing, to reestablish the principle that the United States is the good guys, and that it is not just the example of our power, but the power of our example that makes the United States the indispensable nation. We are the good guys. And when a batch of aid, medicine, or communications infrastructure, or food arrives with that little patch with the United States of America on it, people go, help is on the way. The good guys are here. And so we got through this process on the appropriations side to reestablish the principle that USAID, in its new iteration, under mostly the State Department, is still a bipartisan priority. And there are lots of people who believe that, but the State Department is not executing on these dollars. And the consequences are geopolitical, but they're also human. People are still literally dying because we're not pushing this money out. And just so you know that I don't think this is an entirely partisan question, there were Democrats, people who consider themselves Democratic strategists, who said out loud that Democrats were walking into a trap because USAID doesn't poll well. I don't care if it polls well. I am not here to have a pollster tell me that I shouldn't care that kids are getting malaria. I am not here to get talked out of the United States being the good guys because healthcare polls higher, because the cost of gasoline polls higher, I'm not deciding what to put into a 30-second spot. I'm deciding how to use the power given to me by the people of the state of Hawaii. And I think they care about whether people die unnecessarily because of the stupidity of this Congress. And I want everybody to know what's happening now, in addition to all that money being still throttled. So there were, parades and festivals and other things that were funded that ended up in a Fox News chyron that were embarrassing to USAID. And I would say about 2/3 of them were just flatly untrue, but some of them actually happened. And so the idea, I went to Lindsay, I went to Marco, I went to Mario Diaz-Balart, I went to Lois Frankel, I went to John Thune, I went to others, and I said, look, you're pushing on an open door. If the principle here is that USAID should stick to its knitting, stay in a narrow couple of lanes: foreign military financing, economic assistance, disaster response, and humanitarian assistance, and we should do nothing superfluous, you're pushing on an open door. If you would like USAID to be a little more aligned with the State Department and not working sort of against each other's interests, even in country, fine, you're pushing on an open door. And so that's what we tried to ratify in the last appropriations bill. But here's the crazy thing. It's not that they're not spending money on ideological projects. They've just decided to spend money on their own ideological projects. So instead of vaccinating little kids against deadly diseases, they're now spending millions of dollars to help British nonprofits, one of them recently established and now receiving $7 million from United States taxpayer dollars, to help British nonprofits report on whether free speech is being censored in London. This is how they explain the funding. Quote, American diplomacy should continue to stand up for genuine democracy, freedom of expression, unapologetic celebrations of European nations' individual character and history. Just so we're all clear, they are trying to get out of the business of saving lives in order to get into the business of promoting unapologetic celebrations of European nations' individual character and history. That's what we're now paying for with our tax dollars. Here's another one. They want to send millions of dollars to protect free speech and foster dialogue in the UK, Europe, and Australia, not Equatorial Guinea or Eswatini, which despite being among the world's most repressive governments, the Trump administration is still sending tax dollars to them. They're going after our allies. Is the UK or the EU or Australia a threat to democracy? One more example. The State Department set up a $200 million fund to make private sector investments in and around Armenia. And the guy they appointed to lead it just so happens to be one of Trump's ballroom donors and has deep business ties in the region. You could have made a credible argument that USAID strayed from its central mission by supporting societal and cultural activities, that it tried to do too many things in too many places, and that actually focusing on our efforts on a few key priorities was a better strategy. But they didn't do that. They've just picked their own right-wing version of wokeness to fund with taxpayer dollars. And so we are only partially through metabolizing what has happened to foreign aid globally and in the United States. The good news is that we've reestablished a bipartisan principle that we should still be present in the world, that we should still alleviate suffering, that we should still provide economic assistance, that we should still respond to disasters, that we should still do foreign military financing, and that all of that is the right thing to do because we are the good guys, and also all of that is the right thing to do because it is way cheaper than any military engagement. And winning hearts and minds is just a hell of a lot cheaper than going to war. And so we reestablished that principle in the legislative context. But now the State Department has to start executing on what the law says. And this is not like the USAID thing where we gave them a pile of money and gave them the authority to do a bunch of grants, and then they canceled a bunch of grants and moved things around. I may have objected to that, but that was permissible. What they're doing now is not permissible. PEPFAR money is not a choice they get to make. It's a choice we already made. Gavi money is not a choice they get to make. It's a choice we already made. The Global Fund money is not a choice they get to make, it's a choice we already made. These are things in statutory law. They're not the Ford Foundation where they say, well, we've changed our grant criteria. This is a matter of federal law, and they have to follow it. I yield the floor.
Senator from Nebraska.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum calls with respect to the Pozos and Traynor nominations.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yield the floor.
President.
The Democratic leader.
Mr. President, Trump's corruption has no ceiling, and it apparently doesn't have an altitude limit either. Trump's $400 million luxury jet is the single biggest bribe an American president has ever accepted for another country in all of American history. The single biggest bribe in all of American history. And make no mistake about it, Trump's so-called palace in the sky is a boondoggle at 40,000 feet. If you thought this illegal gift was bad before, it's even worse now. We just learned that this new jet wasn't safe enough for Trump to make the return flight from the NATO summit in Turkey, a country that borders on Iran. It doesn't have the countermeasures for heat-seeking missiles and the other security equipment that it needs to keep the president safe. The rest of the Air Force One fleet had all these security features, but Trump left them in the hangar back at home. So I call on Senate Republicans to pass my Presidential Airlift Security Act so Americans don't have to pay to upgrade Trump's luxury jet when he already has access to a fleet of U.S. planes that are far safer and far less expensive to maintain. The luxury jet may have come wrapped in a bow for Donald Trump, but it came with a massive price tag for the American people. Trump is asking taxpayers to fork over an estimated $1 billion to retrofit and max out his flying palace so it can meet the security standards of the existing Air Force One fleet that, of course, we already paid for. Americans can't afford gas, can't afford groceries, can't afford the electric bill, but Trump thinks they can afford to fly him in style. Trump's luxury jet also poses a grave risk to our national security. All the experts agree, no matter how many modifications are made, or how much is spent, or how intensely it is retrofitted, there will never be 100% confidence that the plane is secure. This is not a gamble anyone should be willing to take. I introduced this legislation last year, but every single Republican senator voted against the bill. Now, with this new information, hopefully, they will see the light of what a boondoggle this is. And why do they back up Trump on every one of his boondoggles? It as plain as could be for Americans to see is a gross waste of taxpayer dollars and gross corruption. Why don't they ever stop them? Whether it's the slush fund, the ballroom, the family tax exemption deal, or this Air Force One nonsense, we see a new grift coming out of this administration every day. Where are the Republicans? Senate Republicans need to stop letting Trump off the hook for fleecing the American people. And so, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Armed Services be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 1804, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President,
The senator from Nebraska.
reserving the right to object, I would like to say a few words about Senator Schumer's legislation on the presidential airlift. This has been discussed before, and it was voted down earlier this year as part of a vote-a-rama that we participated in. Senator Schumer's legislation would prevent any funding to be used to modify a foreign aircraft for presidential airlift. We made this point during the vote-a-rama. The senator is trying to make a political point today, of course, about the VC-25 bridge aircraft, which was made in America and then owned by Qatar. Unfortunately, this legislation would also apply to a different aircraft, the Survivable Air Operations Center aircraft, or SAOC. Those aircraft were actually purchased from Korean Air. So this legislation would hamper a crucial program that ensures presidential safety in the event of a nuclear war. Thus, Senator Schumer's bill would significantly harm our United States nuclear deterrence. To be clear, the SAOC is the cornerstone of our NC-3 modernization. This is the plane that will command and control our nuclear weapons on America's worst day. We cannot play these political games with the NC-3. So with that, Mr. President, I object.
Your objection is heard. Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, Lindsey Graham, a friend, a colleague, and a tireless national security advocate. He was a true leader in strengthening our military and our country's defense, and I miss him dearly. I am so pleased that his sister Darlene now serves here in this institution. She is carrying on his legacy and honoring his commitment to the people of South Carolina and to this country. So I rise here today to, yes, pay tribute to Lindsey Graham, but to also call on my colleagues to help us carry on one of his greatest efforts, ending Putin's barbaric and unjust war against sovereign Ukraine. For more than 4 years, the Ukrainian people have shown extraordinary resilience and resolve. They have defended their homeland with courage that has inspired the world. In 2022, Putin thought he could seize eastern Ukraine in days. He thought he could drag Europe back into the dark shadow of the Soviet Union. He thought that he would be feared and respected. But he is neither strong nor powerful. He is a war criminal. Putin has made clear his intentions to push beyond Ukraine and into NATO territory. Russian drones have encroached on Polish, Finnish, Lithuanian, Latvian, Estonian, and Romanian airspace. These were deliberate provocations to test NATO's resolve. Putin seeks to push deeper into Europe to see just how far he can go before we push back. And that is why the United States and our allies must raise the stakes through tougher sanctions and a stronger United States deterrence posture along NATO's eastern flank. I commend the Polish and Dutch, German, and the Italian armed forces for their swift and also their professional response in intercepting drones that could have killed innocent civilians during these incursions. Their actions remind us that NATO's strength lies in that unity and readiness. President Trump has made clear that Europe must carry more of the burden for its own security. Poland, in particular, has answered that call, committing 5% of its GDP to defense. Other allies are stepping up as well. This is the path forward, a stronger, more capable NATO prepared to deter, but also to defeat any threat. But make no mistake on this. Putin understands only one language, and that is power. And the surest road to peace in Europe lies in NATO's strength and Ukraine's survival. Yet strength must also be economic. The Kremlin's war machine runs on money it makes from selling cheap oil and gas to countries like China and India and Brazil. Those nations, well, then they profit by turning around and reselling Russian energy at a markup. And that must end. It is long overdue for the financial enablers of Russia's atrocities to pay a price. They cannot keep fueling Putin's war and expect business as usual with us, with the United States. And that's why Congress must pass the Sanctioning Russia Act. This legislation would impose mandatory sanctions on Russia's political leadership, financial institutions, energy sector, and sanctions evasion networks. By employing targeted tariffs, this policy would pressure the world's largest purchasers of Russian energy to reduce their dependence on Moscow. This gives the president maximum flexibility to enforce these measures, ensuring both legal strength and political durability. I'm grateful to Senator Blumenthal, who worked closely with Lindsey on this important bipartisan legislation, and I'm encouraged to see him carry this effort forward. I was proud to be an early supporter of the bill, and I'm proud to support this updated version now. The Sanctioning Russia Act is the sledgehammer that we need. Decisive economic pressure that cripples Putin's lifeline, and it hastens the day that his war with Ukraine is finally going to end. Peace will not come from weakness or hesitation. It will come from strength, military, economic, and moral strength, welded together by the free nations of the world. So I ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join our broad coalition in supporting this bill. Let us carry on Lindsay's mission. Let us stand up to evil. Let us bring freedom and security to the people of Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
Senator from North Dakota.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to highlight and ask unanimous consent to pass a resolution I introduced calling for greater action from the Canadian government to prevent and fight the almost annual wildfires that send smoke over the border, blanketing much of the United States. Over the past several days, more than 100 million people nationwide have been under air quality alerts due to the smoke from Canadian wildfires. This smoke has real impacts to the health and well-being of individuals and families. In my home state of North Dakota, this is an issue we're very familiar with. Unfortunately, over the past number of summers, we've been experiencing hazy skies from wildfires in Canada. The United States and Canada have a long-standing and close relationship based on our shared values and common interests. I know I grew up 50 miles from the border. But with that shared border between the United States and Canada, we need to manage it to the benefit of people that reside in both countries. We know that, we have water that flows up into Canada. We're always working on water quality issues and all those kinds of things. We understand that what we do here, of course, in the United States affects our friends in Canada as well. So we feel for those in Canada whose homes and communities are directly impacted by the fires. We also recognize and thank the thousands of firefighters and emergency responders who are working to combat wildfires and protect lives and personal property under dangerous conditions. But at the same time, we need responsible forest management, including hazardous fuels reduction, timber harvesting, grazing, and other forest restoration practices that help reduce the severity and frequency of catastrophic wildfires. With more than 3,640 wildfires in Canada this year alone, it's clear that more action needs to be taken to prevent and stop these fires. And in fact, in the United States, we have worked many years to help our friends in Canada battle these fires, but clearly more action needs to be taken. So the resolution I've introduced does three things. Specifically, it recognizes the significant impact that smoke from the Canadian wildfires has on the safety, health, and well-being of the American people. And it calls upon the Government of Canada to take responsibility for the cross-border impact of these wildfires, including immediate efforts to extinguish the fires and prevent their reoccurrence. And finally, the resolution urges President Trump to further discuss with Canadian Prime Minister Carney the importance of extinguishing these fires and finding ways to prevent their reoccurrence. It's something that we can do together, and we should do together for the mutual benefit of both our great countries. So, with that, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 811, which is at the desk. I further ask that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection? The Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, I'm going to ask pretty bluntly, what on earth are my colleagues doing here? I don't know why Republicans are focused on making a really petty and offensive statement to Canada, saying they need to do a better job of containing wildfire smoke, as if the Canadian government is letting their forests burn and its own citizens inhale wildfire smoke just to spite us. This is a joke. Maybe my colleagues across the aisle don't realize this, but Canadian firefighters cross that border to help us fight our wildfires right here all the time. And guess what? Our firefighters do the exact same when they're able. In fact, for the information of all senators, a firefighter actually just passed away who is helping us fight a wildfire in Colorado. He was from British Columbia. Now, what we don't do is pass resolutions here telling our friends and our neighbors to do a better job of handling wildfire smoke. And also, maybe somebody should alert the president and my colleagues, but wildfire smoke from the United States often makes its way into Canada. It's happening right now where wildfires are burning in Oregon and in Washington. I think what this might be really about is telling Trump that, Mr. President, look how much we agree with you. This is a waste of everybody's time. So respectfully, to my colleagues, understanding that time on the Senate floor is precious, here are my suggestions. Maybe we should pass legislation to rehire all of the red card holders that Trump fired. Those are the Forest Service employees who are trained here to help fight wildfires. Or how about we pass legislation to stop the Trump administration's so-called reorganization of the Forest Service, which would actually shutter offices across our country, including the research labs that help us study the wildfires and push out even more Forest Service employees. Or maybe instead of entertaining Trump's outrageous request for $1.5 trillion war budget, Republicans could work with us to adequately fund our needs here at home. Our Forest Service, right here in the United States, is desperately understaffed and under-resourced. Maybe my colleagues don't realize it, but Trump's chaotic funding cuts and freezes, along with the chaotic mass layoffs, have actually hurt our public lands and leave us here less prepared to prevent and respond to wildfires here at home. I remember speaking with a Forest Service ranger last year. He was a longtime dedicated employee. He was a former Marine. He served our country in more ways than one, and he did an incredible job. He literally saved people's lives on forest trails, and he fought wildfires here, and he even saved a small rural town in my state from being burnt to the ground. Know what happened to him? Trump and Doge fired him. No cause, just fired him. That was a huge loss for our state and for our country. So I do want our colleagues to get serious about wildfires. And I'll just say this. The president should actually apologize to our Canadian neighbors for the many threats and insults, and of course drop those absurd tariffs he is imposing on these wildfires. I am not holding my breath, so enough with gimmicks, Mr. President. You want to work together to prevent wildfires? My door is wide open, and I hope we can all work together to do that. But I'll tell you what I'm not going to do: insult our Canadian friends to suck up to a president who does nothing but threaten our neighbors. Thank you, Mr. President. I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, if I could, I'm wondering if my colleague heard the speech I just gave. I guess I want to repeat it because maybe she might have missed it. The United States and Canada, this is what I said. So, I mean, I can't think of a bigger mischaracterization of what I just said. And I'm not even sure why. I mean, if she wanted to come down and criticize our president, that's fine. She can do that, I guess, whenever she wants, if that's what she wants to do. But to completely mischaracterize what I said, I don't think is fair. So I'm going to reiterate what I said just a minute ago for the record. The United States and Canada have a long-standing and close relationship based on our shared values and common interest. I even referenced the fact that I grew up 50 miles from the Canadian border. I went back and forth to Canada so many times I couldn't even count. And I go on with a shared border between the United States and Canada. We want to manage it to the benefit of people residing in both countries. We feel for those in Canada whose homes and communities are directly impacted by the fires. I'm reading from the speech I just wrote that I was listening to the mischaracterization of. We also recognize and thank the thousands of firefighters and emergency responders who are working to combat wildfires and protect lives and personal property under dangerous conditions. At the same time, we need responsible forest management, including hazardous fuels reduction, timber harvesting, grazing, and other forest restoration practices that help reduce the severity and the frequency of catastrophic wildfires. With more than 3,640 wildfires in Canada this year alone, it's clear more action needs to be taken to prevent and stop these fires. That's what I'm calling for. And in the resolution itself, I make it very clear that this is something that is important to benefit both countries. So again, I think it would be, if my colleague wants to object, I understand she has that right. But I think it's unfair to characterize that other than I'm saying we need more action on these wildfires. Now, if she feels we don't need more action on these wildfires, it's just fine, okay. But she shouldn't misrepresent what I'm trying to do, which is call attention to the fact that we need more work done so we can avoid these wildfires in the future, and that is something that is mutually beneficial for both of our nations. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor to my colleague, good senator from Ohio.
If the senator would just let me respond quickly before you pass it on. I just, Mr. President.
The senator from Washington.
Mr. President, let me just say to my friend, and he is a friend, and I do hear his quiet, calm tone. I appreciate it. It's not something we all often hear here. But I will say this, it's in the words that you hear from this resolution, if you are a Canadian, is that we are insulting them by saying you're not trying to fight your forest fires. And I will tell you this, I am working my tail off to help us fight our wildfires. Our Canadian friends are as well. And I think in this very heightened time, when I know I don't live far from the border either, we have a lot of trade with our Canadian friends, we go back and forth, they feel very insulted by a lot that's going on. So I think this adds fuel to that fire. And so what I say to my friend, let's work on our country, making sure that we are fighting our forest fires, which I outlined in my response to you, of some of the things we can do. And I believe that our Canadian friends are doing the same. But that is why I object at this time. Thank you.
And colleague from Washington, we work together on many things, important things. I appreciate that. I think we both come from border states and recognize the importance of this incredible bond and relationship that we have with our friends in Canada. And I want to make clear that I have tremendous respect, appreciation, and admiration for our friends and allies, and that this is about working together for mutual benefit. And with that, I would yield to my good friend and colleague from the state of Ohio.
Mr. President.
The senator from Ohio.
Very briefly, let me just make a couple of things clear. This resolution isn't about insulting Canadians. This resolution is about calling out inept leaders in Canada. I have total and complete respect for the people of Canada. Unfortunately, they're victimized by terrible leaders. And to just turn a blind eye to the fact that they just dumped, Mr. President, in your state, in my state, the equivalent of a year's worth of auto pollution in America on the Midwest, and pretend that it isn't man-made. They don't have centralized response. This idea that they helped us is totally false. They charge us to come to the U.S. to help put out our forest fires that, by the way, are also created by ineptitude in Washington, Oregon, and California. And then when our firefighters ask to go to Canada to help them, they prevent them from coming in. So this is completely a man-made disaster, but it's not made by the people of Canada, it's made by the leaders of Canada, and shame on them and shame on anybody apologizing for what they're doing to the people of our states.
Is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Crapo. Yes. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville.
You're funny. You're funny.
Mr. Van Hollen.
What's my address?
Mr. Warner.
Because it didn't come to mind. But I'm sorry, I never. I didn't know.
Mr. Warnock.
No.
Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Banks, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Curtis, Ernst, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kane, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Marino, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Slotkin, Sullivan, Tuberville, Whitehouse, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative. Rochester, Duckworth, Kelly, Kim, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, and Schiff. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Graham, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Deans, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Welch, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 62, the nays are 36. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the standing rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Antonio M. Pozos of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Antonio M. Pozos of Pennsylvania to be the United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Thanks.
Do you go to the race every year?
Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester. Thank you. Thanks. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Thank you. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Graham, Lankford, Lummis, McCormick, Moran, Paul, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Hirono, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murray, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Slatkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Not yet. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye.